but they seem to have wandered off. But hopefully we'll get a few Ellie sightings today. That will be great. I'm also hoping for some zebras and giraffes. Actually, just had a whole group of mongoose that ran past the ostrich just before we started. Could not really see, but I believe it was banded mongoose. Teddy, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. We love hearing from all of you. Yes, it is always awesome to start with a relaxed ostrich. A relaxed anything, really. I can honestly, for me personally, I don't even have to be seeing animals just to listen to all of the calls and the noises and the sounds is absolutely brilliant. But yes, an ostrich sighting is always very exciting. And they can be very deceiving actually, just like many of the other animals. Lying down like that and such a big bird, you don't tend to think that they can run very fast or do a lot of harm. But if they are in full charge mode, they can actually run 60 kilometers an hour, which is fairly fast. Just beautiful. I want to see. I think he's dust bathing there now. So of course, birds of all kinds always want to look pretty and keep themselves clean and preen themselves. Purely because they want to attract the opposite sex, of course. But also they have to stay intimidating to other males or rivalries or anything like that. So often what you'll find, not just giraffes do, but a lot of birds, they will actually go sit in soil and then they will preen themselves. Preening is cleaning basically, just in bird terminology. And then what they also often do is, ooh, that's nice. There we go. So that dust might actually, be bothering some parasites and stuff to get off its feathers. But then they also go through a process what we call anting. So you get passive anting and active anting. So passive anting is when they literally sit in soil and they let the ants get all over them and clean them. And then other times, especially your smaller birds, you'll see them actually picking up ants and putting them on their body to clean them. Luckily, we don't have to do that. I'm very ticklish, so that would not work for me at all. Honestly, such a fascinating bird. And as always, we've got our guinea fowl also checking in with us today. And we've got our first giraffe for the day on Escape to Nature. I know Tristan had a lot of giraffes as well on our sunrise safari. So we are keeping the theme going. Hopefully the giraffe comes down for a drink. One of my favorite things to observe in the wild. It's almost like that ostrich is afraid of the guinea fowl. However, obviously he's not. It's a much bigger bird. And they have actually lost their ability to fly. But as I say, they have a lot of other defense mechanisms. The most prominent being kicking. You do not want an ostrich to kick you. Luckily, I've never had that misfortune. But yes, they've got a very, very powerful kick. I see his girlfriend has disappeared now. He might be going to look for her now. Or he might just be heading into some shade. As I said, it is heating up now. So a lot of the other animals will probably come for a drink and then also just stay in the shade as much as they can, just to conserve their energy. Andy, an ostrich can be vulnerable to predators, yes. Specifically to this watering hole, I wouldn't really say so. However, I'm not as experienced yet with Mashatu's watering hole. However, I would say probably a crocodile, but also it's possible, but not probable. But again, in nature, anything is possible. But yes, definitely, when you can become prey, you are always vulnerable at some stage. Just want to see if I can find our crocodile, because he was swimming around this morning. Just want to see if he's not gotten out somewhere yet to start his tanning session for the day. Now, of course, on Escape to Nature, we want to truly immerse ourselves in nature and just enjoy everything that we are very lucky to observe and hear. So we won't constantly be talking. We would love for you to just listen to the calls as well of the animals, the different sounds of nature. It's always so special just to listen as well, and just, I don't know, for me it's very therapeutic. And we would love to hear from all of you today. What are you hoping for on Escape to Nature? As I mentioned, as always, I'm always keen on elephants. Doesn't matter which location they are at. Always love observing them. But then some giraffes would be good. And some zebras. Really any animal. But what would you love to see today? Kyle, yes, to my knowledge, ostriches are indigenous to Africa or Southern Africa. However, I'm not 100% sure on that. I can definitely research and just make sure and then get back to you. But to my knowledge, yes, they are. I remember fondly in my guiding days your guinea fowls. Oh my goodness, you would see nothing for a safari, and then as soon as a sighting has been reported and you would like to go show your guest, the guinea fowls and the franklins, they would just be all over the road. Literally just creating some traffic. And we've got our zebra. You see, maybe I should just put more things in the universe and they will come to us. You can see the second one approaching the water now is a foal, probably from last season. So the zebras are also your summer breeders, as we call them. They give birth in the summertime. So a lot of people have different hypotheses around this, just like your impala, your wildebeest, all of those animals that give birth in the summertime. A lot of people speculate. The reason for that is your prominent areas where, these animals occur get summer rainfall. So people say the reason for that is so the rains can constantly wash away the smell of afterbirth, just to sort of avoid the predators. However, that's not a proven fact, it's just speculation. However, it would make some sense if you think about it. And zebras are pregnant for 1 whole year. So hopefully we'll get some babies. And we've got our giraffe. How awesome is that? Such a typical African scene. There's the guinea fowl, the zebra, and the giraffe. So my mother tongue is Afrikaans, and a giraffe we call a kameelperd, which directly translates to camel horse. Zebra is pretty basic, we call it a zebra. And then a guinea fowl is a tarantaal. So you'll hear a lot of the times I tend to refer back to the Afrikaans names as well. But the more I teach people about Afrikaans, the more I realize as well, it's a very odd language. We use a lot of r and g. But yes, if you would like to know anything about Afrikaans as well, or any of the animal names, you're more than welcome to ask me. Just want to make sure if this giraffe's not staring at something specific, or if she's just chilling. Ronald, of course, elephants are massive animals. And yes, I'm just trying to think now. But yes, of course, elephants, due to their size, a lot of animals tend to respect them. I wouldn't say be scared of them, but respect them for their size. So I would say so, yes. However, if an animal is really cheeky or really dominant, they might chase them away, but it's incredible. For the most part, animals sort of know, okay, well, this animal is fine. It's not going to eat me, so. But elephants, of course, being so large, any animal would make space for them, I guess. You can see the zebra's walking away. The one on the far right is definitely a pregnant female. And the one on the left actually as well. But it's really interesting to see when they are very close to their due date. They literally look like they are gonna bulge. I don't know how they even walk with all of that weight. But of course, as soon as the baby is born, they have to take extra caution just to protect the little one. Hopefully our giraffe comes down for a drink. Come on, giraffe. Take a drink. Of course, she has to be careful just to make sure, nothing's gonna come for her in the water. And it might be that she knows there is a crocodile somewhere in the water. So she's just making extra sure before she puts herself in that super vulnerable position. And this is also I could be wrong, but I think this is the pregnant female we saw the other day as well. So of course with the ossicones or the horns on top of her head, you can see it's very thin and very fluffy, which tells you it's a female. Also, she doesn't have any extra organs on her tummy. But yes, if you look at her stomach, she's fairly firm. So it might be that she's pregnant. And giraffes are pregnant for 15 whole months. Goodness. That never looks comfortable. I mean, I've seen this so many times, and I always think, what an uncomfortable position. And the fact that they never slip in the mud, you know, when they go down in those awkward positions is just absolutely incredible. But of course, giraffes are hoofed animals, so that does help her now with a grip as well. And our Quillia is also saying good morning. And giraffes, just like elephants, have eyelashes I am very, very jealous of. Honestly, I wish I could have their eyelashes. You won't even need mascara or makeup or anything. But yes, like elephants have the long lashes because when they dust bathe, of course that protects the dust from going into their eyes. And with giraffes, because they are browsers, those lashes do help with the leaves and things getting into their eyes when they are busy feeding in a tree. And I say in a tree because they literally sometimes they can stand so thick in the bushes that it looks like they've completely submerged themselves into a tree.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes, our catch ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
Look at that. We've got another giraffe, which I did not even know. That's why I constantly say, specifically at this watering hole, from what I've learned, you must constantly look around and just make sure you're not missing anything, because animals come and go so quickly, of course, so they don't wait for us to look for them. They just carry on with their day. Saw some impalas here to the left as well. We're having a brilliant morning so far. I'm happy. I'm hoping all of you are also very satisfied with what we're seeing so far. I remember on my previous reserve that I worked on, in 1 week, the lions, and it was different prides, but the lions, I think they'd hunted 5 giraffes in that week alone. And I remember after that we speculated why and how, and we actually realized it was because of the wind and the weather. Because a lot of these animals that could potentially become prey will head into the bush and sort of just stay in one area when they can't specifically hear or smell where noises and scents are coming from. And of course the predators then use that to their advantage. Which, as you can see, this giraffe also constantly, even though it's busy drinking or doing anything else, they're always on the listen and the lookout just to make sure they are safe. Alrighty, well, I'm going to be monitoring this watering hole for us just to make sure which of the animals come to say hello today. But while I do that, I know Rolf is very eager to say good morning to all of you all the way from Kariga.
Yes, well, good morning. Thank you, Lisa, and welcome to Escape to Nature. I'm coming to you live from the Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, and I have just been watching this couple of little grebes. Now, I know we're only seeing one there now, but there was just a shift change where the other one just swapped over on the little nest, and I counted 4 eggs, but I think there might be 5, I'm not sure, but I did count 4. And my name is Ralph Kirsten, and I am also working the camera as well. It's been quite a tumultuous morning. There's a lot of the Egyptian geese that are fighting with each other all the time, and they're also fighting for placement here on the waterhole itself. Them and the shell ducks have been having a bit of warfare, and there's sacred ibis, there's egret, there's a grey heron, and everybody is just fighting for space currently. And these little grebes, they're also trying their best to keep everybody away from this little nest as well. So it's quite a competitive and aggressive time of the year when everybody is pairing up, every bird in their breeding plumage, and strutting their stuff, as well as nest building and continuously maintaining the bonds between the couples. Now, these little grebes, or otherwise known as dab chicks, are such interesting little birds. They are tiny. They're about as big as your fist, and maybe even smaller. And so those eggs that they've got are literally tiny little balls. They are white, so they're not camouflaged. So what the birds do is, when they do leave the nest, which they do sometimes, both of them do go out foraging at the same time, they cover that nest up with the moss and algae and other vegetation that they have. And continuously the other partner will be off foraging for more nesting material, and that little mound nest has continuously grown over the days that I've been watching them. And I'm hoping that in the next couple of days we'll actually see the little chicks, and then we can watch them riding on the adults' backs. But for now, it's all about the protection of these eggs, which is quite a big an investment for these adults. And they put a lot of time and energy into incubating them and protecting them, because it is the progeny that will go forward and maintain the species and their genetic lines. So we are escaping to nature, and for me, escaping at the waterhole here called Scotia Dam, because of the boerbeens, the Karoo boerbeens that are next to the waterhole. Scotia afra, the Latin name. And these birds have also got quite a unique call. It's a little trill. They drrrr. And they've also made themselves wonderful channels through and in amongst the algae, because they do struggle to swim through it. So they've made themselves little pathways. They are so small that I'm right on the end of the lens. So I've zoomed right in on the 600mm lens that I have, and still finding the bird relatively small on the screen, but still big enough for us to see anyway. Maybe we'll get to see another shift change when the adult returns, the other one, and then you can see the little eggs that are being incubated. So, Gail, that's a very good question. Which bird would make the best parents? There's a lot to be said about many different birds and their tactics of nest building. I must say, earlier I saw a hammerkop, and it was just wading along the side, normally sort of hunting for tadpoles, frogs, and the likes. Crabs, maybe little crabs, etc. They make such an elaborate nest out of mud and reeds that I have to say that they're probably one of the better parents in the sense that they put a lot of investment into the actual building of that home for the chicks, and they even have a false entrance, and it's like a massive dome that even a lot of bigger birds nest on top of it. That's how big that they do build these nests. And they have a false entrance so that any predators may be sort of turned away, that they go in and think that there's nothing on the inside. And they're also obviously very good parents in the sense of looking after the chicks, etc., inside the nest, but just that investment of building that elaborate nest, I think, has to put them up there. When you look at these little grebes,
Shongile was born in February 2016 to Karula, the Queen of Djuma. We watched her grow from birth to enforced independence when Karula disappeared. On the 19th of August 2016, Tandy, Shongile's sister, was on the prowl. From nowhere she appeared, and a traumatic fight ensued. That was the last sighting of her on Juma. She disappeared into the wilderness just as her mother before her.
Look at that. There's a tiny, tiny leopard cub. Karula has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy. We just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, and have a look. Here comes Hosana with the monitor lizard.
Hosana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that. He's running away. The buffalo is chasing Hosana at the moment. Run away from this very big animal coming. That was so funny.
Welcome back to Mashatu. Sorry about that. We'll try to get you back to Rolf and his beautiful little grebes. They are by far one of my favorite birds to see on safari. They are really so adorable, and as he mentioned, they are literally as big as your fist. So you can just imagine the little ones are so cute. But right now I'm still checking out my giraffes. They are busy feeding, and as I mentioned earlier about their eyelashes, that is to protect their eyes, specifically from the acacias. Acacia trees have a lot of big thorns, sometimes smaller thorns. So that does ultimately actually help to protect the actual eyes, because it's a very, very thick lash, and it's a few layers of them, so that does help them. But yes, as I mentioned, I would love to have their lashes. Just beautiful. I always just think we are so privileged just to be a part of Mother Nature, because she just constantly continues to thrive. And I think a lot of us saw that with the COVID lockdown. Whilst we were, in this pandemic and all of that, Mother Nature just continued on. All of the animals didn't even know about COVID. They didn't even know what COVID is. And it's so incredible just to see nature just carrying on always. Good morning, zebras. Want to see if I can show you something. I shall just wait for the others to join and see which will be our best candidate to show you. Alright, I'm just going to wait for everyone to arrive, and then I will show you something very, very interesting on their legs, which many of you probably know, but it's always so fascinating to point this out to people, because a lot of people are not aware about the markings on zebras. Alrighty, what a scene. So when you look at, I think our zebra on the far left is going to be the easiest to explain. When you look at their front legs, you'll actually see a black spot on the inside of the leg. Now that is called a callus. And what happens is when a baby zebra is still in the womb, their front legs are actually tied together. And as soon as they're given birth to and they stand up, that sort of like, not breaks apart, but tears apart. Because of course they have very, very long legs. So just to, sort of make things less complicated for mommy in the actual womb, it is tied together. And then as soon as they stand up, that tears apart and that leaves a birthmark on them. And very interestingly enough, when they walk away now, look at the baby. So the baby is the second one from the left. When I say baby, it's a foal from the previous season. But yes, you will see the little one's legs are just as tall or as long as the adults. And that is exactly why baby impalas, baby wildebeest, baby zebras, they always look like they're almost misformed or built very awkwardly, but their legs are already as long as the adults. So that should a predator be lurking around or they are threatened by anything potential, the adults can all just encircle the little ones. Which is interesting because if you look at something like an elephant, a baby elephant, you can clearly see. However, of course, a predator would have to be very silly or very brave to take on a baby elephant because, of course, they will have a whole herd protecting that little one. There we go. Now you can see the foal nicely. Hello, baby. But yes, there you can see very, very long, scrawny legs. But just like everything else in nature, it's got a purpose. Just want to make sure we're not missing anything on this side. Tracy, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Other animals, Percy, I'm sorry. Other animals with the same family element of elephants. Oh, that's difficult. You can take hyenas in terms of hierarchy. Hyenas are ruled by a matriarch, as are elephants. But of course, if there's danger, they will all protect one another. But I would say elephants are very, from my experience and my knowledge, of course it can be different anywhere, but elephants are really unique in that manner. Because, for instance, if you look at a pride of lions, a male will always wander off and mate with several females. But in terms of the actual element of matriarchy, I would say only really to my knowledge hyenas, which are also not dominated but controlled by a matriarch. Just want to see if I can show you this one zebra in particular. I could be wrong, but I suspect she's definitely pregnant. Yes, definitely. You can see she is literally bulging from the sides. So hopefully she will give birth to a foal very soon. And interestingly enough, as soon as they're given birth to, mommy will actually move and be and stand in front of the baby for the first couple of days or so. And that baby actually imprints on its mother's stripe pattern, which, if you take into account just to us, the normal human eye, you know, they can already be so confusing and they all look the same. But for animals such as these, they just see in shades and in shapes. So that is truly impressive for baby zebra to, know exactly who's mommy just by looking at the stripes. But I guess it's just like humans as well. You know, when you lost your mom in the shopping center or at the grocery market. I know I often walked up to the wrong lady and thought it's my mother. How cool is this? I love when all the zebras aggregate like this. And what you'll often find in the bushveld is that zebras and wildebeest hang out together. And the reason for that is a zebra is what we call a bulk grazer. So they don't really care which grass they eat as long as they eat grass. So I always call them the lawn mowers for the wildebeest, because wildebeest are selective grazers. So as soon as the zebras have sort of cut the grass for the wildebeest will be then picky and go eat their short cut green grass. Leah, that is a brilliant question. Why are zebras always seemingly bloated? So zebras are what we call hindgut fermenters. And if you take, for instance, something like an impala or a giraffe, they are ruminants. So they've got a brilliant digestive system. Now, if you compare zebras, for instance, with elephants, elephants have a very poor digestive system. So zebras are basically in between the excellent digesters and the poor digesters. So they are not really that great with digesting their food. However, as I mentioned, they are not as poor as the rhinos and elephants. So that's a very good question, because when you look at a zebra, you can't tell its condition or its health, for instance, by looking at the stomach, because they do always look bloated. So if a zebra is malnutritioned or sick or in a bad condition, you look at their manes, that hair on top of their neck. So if it's sort of lying down on their necks, then you know they are sick or something is wrong with them. But if it's nice and fluffy and pointy, then you know they're all right. But that was a very good question, because often it can be very misleading. I've also even in my past experience said, oh, look, that female's pregnant, and it turned out to be a stallion. So they are very poofy animals. We shan't call them the other word. I don't want to get kicked by a zebra today. I think for me, of course, I'm one of the new naturalists, but I think this is the most zebra I've seen at Mashatu in terms of sightings, but also numbers. So I'm very thrilled about this today. They are always a treat to see. I just want to see what gave them a scare. Just make sure we're not missing anyone. Just bear with me. Just want to make sure our crocodile is not out. I remember guests always saying to me on safari, "What are you looking at?" And I just said, "I'm not looking at anything. I'm just making sure we're not missing anything." Because animals, of course, can camouflage very, very well. Especially something like an elephant. If you're not listening or paying attention, they can walk right past you. I remember one of my safaris when I just started guiding. We were looking for elephants, and that was literally all my guests still wanted to see before they headed back home. And we were looking for the elephants literally for 3.5 hours. Just tracking elephants, just looking for them. We were constantly on their tracks, fresh broken branches, all of that. And just as we pulled into the lodge, a massive herd of probably like 50 elephants bypassed my vehicle, but from the back. And we literally did not hear them. Had it not been for me looking in the rearview mirror coincidentally, we still would not have seen them. So you always have to make sure about your surroundings. Alright, now remember we are live and this is an interactive experience. We would love to hear from all of you, whether it's questions, comments, suggestions, whether you just want to chat to us, please do so, because we would love to hear from all of you, because after all, you are our guest on Safari. So you can do so by visiting wildearth.tv/questions, or you can scan the QR code and get in touch with me, or all of us. All of the naturalists that will be joining us on Escape to Nature today. Just beautiful.
Erin Strawn has grown up amongst a crash of wild rhinos. She knows each of them by their individual personalities and names. She understands the complex issues this species faces.
I am one of 3 generations of rhino custodians trying to be a part of saving a species. And it's time to shift the global narrative so that people want to save rhino and want to do this with us.
Join Tristan, Cedric and Erin on World Rhino Day for this fireside chat.
Gabby, good morning. Yes, monkeys often come to this watering hole as well, the vivid monkeys. Yesterday we had quite a few playing around the watering hole, and there was one literally just sitting on the rock keeping an eye out. So yes, definitely. And of course this is a great source for a lot of the animals to come down for water. So at some stage they all need to come, whether it's every day, like the impalas for instance is a water dependent species, so they do have to drink every day, such as the elephants as well. But the monkeys definitely visit this watering hole, yes. Just want to make sure, because sometimes the elephants come from this side. So just want to make sure they are not joining us yet. However, yesterday they graced us a lot with their presence, so I told them they can not have the day off, but they can take it easy today. Oh, I just love the silhouettes on the water, whether it's impalas, elephants, giraffes. It always is so stunning just to look at. Sally, that's a brilliant question. Yes, all of the animals will always have one looking out. For instance, with the impala, it will be the ram that's in charge of a harem. But yes, there will always be someone that's on the lookout. For instance, cheetahs. If it's a coalition of cheetahs, there will be, let's say they're on a kill, there will be one that's eating and one on the lookout, or the other two are eating and one's on the lookout. So I have to say yes, from what I know and from what I've experienced, all of the animals will always have, one just making sure everything is alright. But of course they are always so alert and so aware, even if all of them are eating or drinking or whatever the case is, they are always alert, of course, by smelling and by hearing, which again just shows you how incredible nature is. Because yesterday I touched on this as well. That was always the fascinating thing for me on safari. You can stop next to the vehicles, people talking, the vehicle making noise and all of that, and those animals are not at all bothered. However, if there's one rustle in the bush, they will immediately listen and be alert. So it just shows you how tuned in animals are actually. And I know Lauren also touched on this yesterday. You can have various species in one location, and all of them will be listening and smelling something else. The elephant won't be bothered, but the snake might be smelling the mouse, and all of these various species have different things they have to focus on. Rennie, absolutely. You are so correct. Definitely. It's yeah, that's what I love about Escape to Nature specifically. You know, sometimes it's just good to just listen and not always have to talk about everything. And of course, you know, it's good to discuss things and to educate one another on nature itself. But when we study as nature guides as well, or as naturalists, that is one of the golden rules and one of the guidelines we have to not just work by, but I guess live by. You know when to talk and know when to just appreciate nature and everything that goes with it. Especially these noisy quillias and just everything. We are so, so blessed just to be able to listen to these animals and just observe everything happening at this beautiful watering hole. And of course, it's always so interesting to see when these quillias fly. You know, sometimes it can literally be thousands in a flock, and how they do not crash into one another, or, you know, they know exactly the pattern that they're going to fly in, the direction. It's just absolutely astounding. Good morning, warthogs. They always look like they're wearing high heels with their little hoofs. But this is also an animal nonetheless that I love to observe. They are very, very funny. And of course, their babies are also adorable. You can see the one actually has a bird on it. Oh no, both of them do. So those are of course the oxpeckers that are just cleaning the animals. Animals getting cleaned and getting a free massage. So I mean, why would you chase the bird away? And these animals are actually very, very, very strong. They've got impeccably strong skulls, very hard-headed, as we call them, because they do use their heads for shovels when they're digging up the roots and the bulbs. So it is a very underestimated animal in terms of power and ability, I guess. just incredible. I mean, again, with nature, there doesn't always have to be animals and action. It's just everything has a story. For instance, if you take this fallen over acacia on the water, you can see it's still growing, and it's still thriving. Even, with the fact that it's been pushed over, the roots are obviously still grounded. And in that way, it is still growing, which is incredible. Of course, elephants can be very destructive. However, what they do also serves a purpose. Because often, when they push trees over, that will create new homes for little animals, such as squirrels and mongoose. Of course, over here, it won't do as much in the water, but as I mentioned, this tree is surprisingly still thriving and growing, which again just proves nature's resilience. Just want to have a look. I think we have a warthog having a bit of a spa moment. Ooh, that's lovely. Having a good old mud wallow over there. Shame, it always looks so uncomfortable, even when the rhinos are doing it. Because obviously, for warthog it's a bit easier because they're a bit smaller, so sometimes they can get the whole back covered as well. Oof, good rubbing post over there. Aaron, thank you so much for getting in touch. Yes, definitely. They love to cool down like this. Of course, the warthogs, but also rhinos, buffalo, elephants will also do this. And of course, it does also protect their skin, from parasites and ticks and all of that. Because you won't see warthogs allo grooming, for instance, like the impala we have over here on the right. So again, it's just really incredible, and I think that's what's always astounded me and will never cease to astound and just amaze me is everything, literally everything in Mother Nature has a purpose, and everything is worked out. Nature doesn't need us to intervene or do anything. It's thrived for years and years, and it will continue doing so without our interference or anything. And I think that's what I specifically love about being a naturalist on Escape to Nature as well. We get to see all of these animals and they don't even know we're here. How cool is that? Just want to have a look. See, I think I spotted a terrapin, but I could be wrong. Yes. You'll see this rock that's second to the right. It's got a terrapin on it. That's what I always used to say to my guest on safari. If you think you see something, say something. Even if we have to stop and reverse 500 times, I'd rather always make sure, as opposed to, getting back and then always wondering, was it a lion? Was it a leopard? Was it something that I saw? I remember one time we got back to the lodge, and for those of you that don't know, pangolin is one of the most endangered animals in the world, not just in Africa. And it's basically like a mix between an anteater and an armadillo. And we got back and my guest said, what does a pangolin do with its baby? And I said, no, they carry their pups on their back. And this lady said, oh, I think I saw a pangolin carrying a baby. And that was when we were already back at the lodge. So I always say, rather make sure, even if it turns out to be 500 rocks, that's fine. Just always make sure. But it is indeed a little terrapin that we have here, just sunbasking. So terrapins are basically like freshwater turtles. However, they stink a lot. I've not had many encounters with turtles, so I can't really testify to that, but a terrapin has a horrible smell. But very, very, very important to nature, just like everything else. They serve the same purpose as oxpeckers. So when the animals are coming to the water and drinking, these little terrapins will actually go to the animals, like those zebras we had earlier that was physically in the water standing there. Terrapins will go to those animals and eat off all the ticks and the parasites that are on their legs. Well, alrighty, beautiful people. While I wait for the animals to come to us, I think Andrew is very, very eager to say good morning to all of you all the way from Amakhala.
Good morning, good day everybody, and thank you Lisa. Yes, we are on the other end in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, live from Amakhala. Myself and BK are part of the roaming team. Yeah, and we've got some buffaloes over here. All right, morning yet again. My name is Andrew, and I got BK on board and on camera. Yeah, look at this. Nice sighting of some buffaloes, hey? And I'm quite chuffed about this because this is actually the first time I've been able to show you some buffaloes. I know Lauren and Ralph have done it, and this is my first time to show you buffalo. Yeah, they're very relaxed, eh? Very relaxed. They're all catching a nap and laying on their sides. Some of them are fast asleep. And they've gotten very nice and used to us while we've been parked here. Okay, and there's a bull lying under the bush there, next to that nutrient hotspot. That's a nutrient hotspot that you're seeing there. That's triggered by sort of termites that are recycling the nutrients. And so in that spot over there is obviously a hotspot of nutrients created by the termites. And so a lot of the vegetation grows in a cluster opposed to spreading themselves apart. And there's lots of nutrient hotspots that I can see here. And we can actually see a few termite mounds there as well. So that's a beautiful example of an buffalo bull. If you have a look there, you can see the bosses, the horns there. So coming out the skull, directly from the top of the skull is the boss. And that's almost like a plate or a helmet piece. It's a helmet. So when buffaloes fight, that they've got sufficient helmets on their heads. And those helmets only start to really get hard and actually solidify at the age of 9 years old, roughly around between 8 and 9 years old. So it's a long process before dominance can be practiced with the buffalo bull. And he's staring square at us. Make a lovely photo, wouldn't it? And then some of the buffalo, one or two of them, one of them is busy grazing at the moment. So I want to check with the binoculars. I want to see if he's just eating the grass blades or if he's actually eating those yellow button flowers as well. For now, it seems like the grass blades. So sometimes they'll actually use their tongue to wind the grass into a bundle and they pluck it with their lips. And then other times they'll just pluck it with their lips. So it's not too hot today like it was yesterday, and these buffaloes are actually sunning themselves, laying in the sun, warming up, and in that process they are falling asleep. But I don't see any young calves here, and so yeah, these are adult buffalo and they are formidable. They can really defend themselves and look after themselves quite well, and so to fall asleep like that, it's common. Definitely an animal that I don't want to get into the wrong side of.
Did you know that the heaviest rhino weighs up to 3,500 kilograms and that despite their size, they can run faster than Usain Bolt? Did you know that the longest rhino horn was about the same length as a 7-year-old child? There are so many fascinating facts to learn about rhinos. Join Tristan for a Rhino Ask Me Anything.
very interesting that red-billed oxpecker is actually combing the eyes of the ticks. It may even go in his ear, like it's sort of doing now. Yeah, it's trying to go in his ear. Back onto the mouth or the snout. Shame, he's getting a little bit irritated by it. And I don't blame him. Can you imagine having a bird walking all over your face? But the buffaloes, they just sometimes don't even worry about it. And he's getting his eye groomed there. Look at that, eh? So of course that red-billed oxpecker is having a fantastic sighting there. Imagine being so close to a buffalo. I wish I could be a red-billed oxpecker for just 1 hour. I've actually seen red-billed oxpeckers sort of grooming inside the nose as well, and between the tail, so the groin and the buttocks, wherever the ticks are going to go, the red-billed oxpecker is going to explore those areas looking for those ticks. But now the red-billed oxpeckers actually don't pluck the ticks off their bodies. They really do comb them off. That will maximize the surface area and also not harm the buffalo, because if it picks the ticks off, sometimes it's going to leave the head behind and then infection can take place. And that's no good. Okay, grouping the other eye, shame. This is really a nice bull, this. Hey there JP, morning to you. So it could be that this oxpecker is by itself, which is sort of usually not the case. They are quite social and there's at least 2, 3 and sometimes even more. But you know, there's always exceptions to that. There could be just the one oxpecker around here, but oxpeckers here in the Eastern Cape they've never been high in numbers to begin with. And then a few years ago, or a good few 100 years ago, the farmers within this environment started to dip the cattle to sort of keep the cattle clean of the parasites, and then the red-billed oxpeckers were eating those ticks that were already dipped, and they got secondary poisoning, and the whole population was totally and utterly wiped out. But then conservation efforts stepped in and the reintroduction of the species took place by conservation, and it turned out to be a success. And so they are back, but not nearly in the numbers that they would have been in. But yeah, make no mistake that red-billed oxpeckers weren't in great numbers like up north. Small pockets of them occurred in the Eastern Cape, but their numbers are growing. Also, there are buffaloes that are sort of just behind the bush as well, that we're not necessarily seeing, and there could be oxpeckers on them too. So myself as a ranger or a field guide for roughly about 16 years, I qualified as a trails guide in 2000 and was it 8 or 9? I think it was 2009, and I did many walking safaris with tourists. And let me tell you, this is one animal that you don't really want to play around with at all. You don't want to play around with any animals, of course, but you give this animal much space. And if we ever, and me personally, if I ever encountered this animal on foot and it was, you know, within 100 meters, I would immediately turn the opposite way with my people and move them off, because buffaloes they can be quite confrontational animals. They don't like disturbance, and their reaction to threats is to confront sometimes, and that's very dangerous. And the last thing you want is one of your tourists to run because they're scared, and then there's a big problem that just escalates the entire situation. And buffaloes are ginormous animals. They are very big animals, and they can be very intimidating, and they are also very difficult to read. So to identify if this animal is angry or about to get angry or about to do something, it's very difficult. There are a few signs. For example, if the animal is feeding and it stops feeding and stares at you, you know that you're disturbing the animal. And then blowing this air out the nose is and I've seen that quite a bit. And grunting as well. But as I say, it's a very difficult animal to read. So all of them are 100% in a comfort zone, and they're continuing to do their natural activity even though we're here. They know we're here, of course. A couple of them are ruminating, one is fast asleep. These are natural activities. If we were disturbing them, they would all be staring at us. They wouldn't be ruminating as much. They most definitely wouldn't be sleeping. And then also trying to move away. And these are the zones that we want to maintain when we're viewing wildlife. You don't want to disturb the wildlife when you're there. And comfort zones are always good zones to be in around the wildlife. Gerald, good morning. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us, by the way. Gerald, it depends. It really does depend. All animals are very much temperature sensitive and weather dependent. So if it is extremely hot today, then no, they're not going to graze throughout the day. They're going to graze more in the early mornings up until the point where it starts to get too warm, and then they're going to go into the shade and then pick it up again in the afternoon all the way through the night time. And also catch a bit of a rest at night. We are finding in the winter months their movements and their patterns change because it's too cold at night. It's not too cold, but it's just not comfortable. And they're going to feed most of the daytime, get that done and dusted. And then the night time, they're going to go seek cover, lie under the bush, and just stick it out and wait until the morning comes and the sun can come out again and warm them up. So it really does depend. In the heat of the day, when it's like yesterday, 30 degrees, these buffaloes become invisible. Myself and BK, we spent about an hour and a half, BK, looking for these buffalo. No luck. We found their tracks, we followed their spoor and their dungs, and it's like they all disappeared. And they were hiding in some sort of a thicket that we couldn't see. And then this morning, one day later, look at them, they're all in the open and they're starting to fall asleep in the sun. So it really does depend. But yeah, they're going to be bulk grazers, so they need to really put that time in when it comes to grazing. They can't afford to say, right, let's skip a meal. I know I sometimes skip meals, it's a naughty habit, but when it comes to buffalo, they can't afford that. They are bulk grazers, which means they're going to eat in a mass. But luckily for them, they do ruminate their food, so they rechew it and then swallow it and go into a chamber in the stomach and then get digested. They bring it back up and they re-chew it again, and they do this at least 4 times until it eventually passes out. And hence the reason why, you know, buffalo dung, or the droppings, it's very much grounded. It's almost like powder when it dries, when the dung dries. And so they do get maximum nutrition out of what they're eating. But still, they are bulk grazers. And that is important. They must be bulk grazers. Mother Nature intended this because they need to control the grasses by bulk grazing and prevent, you know, the grasses becoming too much, and then nothing eventually eats it because it's getting too long. Nothing is eating it. So they snip those long grasses short, and they keep it short, and then any growth will be very, very sweet and green. Now, often in the bush we do find that certain animals just really do not get along. It's almost like there's a deep hatred towards each other. And 2 classic examples that I'm going to mention is, of course, lions and spotted hyenas. There's a relationship there that is like no other. They really do compete with each other. And then the next one is going to be also lions and buffalo. And if buffalo think that they can get the upper hand on lions, make no mistake, they will go after the lions. And in the history of wildlife, buffaloes have killed many a lions. They are able to throw them in the air with sort of just hitting them with the horns, throw them in the air, and the lions actually spin in the air like a tornado on the impact. And there's been one lioness was recorded to have been thrown 2 meters high in the air by a buffalo, which is 1 meter short of a fence line in a game reserve. Imagine that, eh? Try and imagine that. And there's a scenario that immediately comes to my mind, that in the Kruger National Park there was a sighting. There was a sighting of buffalo, and firstly there was a sighting of lions on a dam wall. Then the buffalo in the great distance started to make their way towards the dam to drink, and then they walked straight into these lions, and the lions immediately went for the calf. They targeted the calf, and they actually tackled this calf into the watering hole to like sort of stop it. And then next thing, a crocodile comes along, and then the crocodile on one end and the lions on the other end, and then the lion and the crocodile start arguing with each other, and this baby buffalo calf manages to get back to its mother. But then the buffaloes ran off, but then they came back. They all said to themselves, hey, there's 200 of us. There's X amounts of lions. Let's go back and get them, teach them a lesson. And they went back and they got hold, one bull got hold of one of these lionesses, and then charged her and flicked her in the air. Amazing footage. Interesting. Oh, that one is fast asleep. So these are Cape buffalo. And they're all beautiful. I'm scanning and looking at each and every one of them that I can see. Okay, we're going to continue watching these buffaloes and see what they do. But in the meantime, let's send you over to a good friend of mine, Lauren, in Madikwe.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a spectacular day here in Madikwe Game Reserve. We're just watching quite a beautiful view of that yellow-billed stork and the dead tree. It's all very barren, monotonous. It really is the essence of a winter landscape. Now, spring is coming sometime soon, I hope. It's taking its time. But as soon as we receive even just a little bit of rain here in this area, it's going to automatically change the landscape. You'd be surprised at how little water you actually need to transform a barren landscape. As soon as that first drop of moisture hits the ground, really everything will slowly start to flourish. And hopefully I get to see that here. It's actually not the colour I'm looking forward to, it's the insect life. Anyway, good afternoon, my name is Lauren and I do have Dobby on camera and we are sitting here at one of the dams, one of the many dams in Madikwe. And of course, Escape to Nature is all about letting the wildlife come to us, and that's what we're going to do. We're just going to sit here. There are lots of different birds around here. We have Egyptian goose, spur-winged goose, grey heron, yellow-billed stork, swallows dancing, dragonflies flying. There's always life. We had some kudos come down earlier, and you never know. On the really, really hot days, just like you or I, animals get thirsty. Of course they do, they get hot. Drinking water is one of the methods that they use to cool down. But this is a very large sized dam, and you can already see that it's receded. The water levels have dropped quite low because we are in the dry season. I can only imagine with the rains this dam is going to fill up quite nicely. Let's just take a moment to enjoy the sounds and the scene around the dam. Apparently you can hear the wind coming through. It's actually not a windy day, believe it or not, but I do apologize for that. There's a light breeze coming through, but it's definitely not windy. I would relish the wind right now. It's amazing how quickly and how hot it gets. It's very, very dry. We came from quite a humid environment in the Maldives just a few weeks ago to quite a dry environment here. There are buffalo apparently nearby. I've not met the buffalo here yet, so we are hoping to possibly bumble a little bit that way and see if we can find them. I think Andrew is sitting in Amakala with the buffalo herd. I hope he's got little Miss Pink Nose. She was my favorite mama buffalo. Big, hefty, robust buffalo with a bright pink nose. She's adorable. Jane, absolutely. That's what Escape to Nature is all about. Just taking it all in. Feeling the zen, feeling the peace, and using all your senses. I'm very, very big on learning about the sensory world. And we so limit ourselves to the 5 senses. We have way more than 5 senses. But because we're taught that as a child, we just sort of grow up to think within those boxes. What about the sense of pain? One of the most important senses that we have, because it's a warning. When you're young and you put your hand on the boiling hot hob of the cooker, you injure yourself. You may even seriously injure yourself. It's extremely painful. It's going to be a very negative experience that you may even remember into adulthood. But that pain was there to tell you, hey, don't do that again. That's not a good move. We understand when something's wrong with our body through pain. Even when something's wrong with our mind. Mental illness is a big thing now through pain. Pain is huge, and yet we're not taught about that. We're just taught hearing, seeing, smelling, touching, and tasting. Yes, they're all important, but there are far more senses. So it's nice to just sit here, Jane, and try and engage in all the senses that you can. And what we are going to do one day, not today, because this is only day number 2 at Madikwe, but I'm going to get you all to put on a blindfold. Even Davi. No, he's not going to operate the camera. He's just going to lock off and keep it still. And I'm going to narrate in such a way that I'm going to try to stimulate most of your senses. But you've got to keep the blindfold on. Are you excited for that, Davi?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and I'll even show you somehow. We'll get Davi in the front seat to prove to you that he's blindfolded. The camera won't move. But anyway, we'll save that for a little bit later. Still got to figure Madikwe Game Reserve out. It's amazing. Even the senses between humans are not even. We kind of think we're all the same sometimes, although of course there are cultural differences in appearance across the world, but actually we tend to still think we're all just the same. But even within humans there are differences, and there's actually a woman who doesn't want to be named, and she calls herself CDA29. I mean, okay, cool. If that's what you want to be called, that's what we'll call you. And she actually is tetrachromatic. Humans are trichromatic. She has an extra cone in her eye that allows her to see a huge spectrum of colors that we cannot see. She can see in the UV spectrum all these different lights and shades and colors that we can't even begin to imagine. She has that. And it's obviously a mutation. She's obviously been a great interest of scientific research, which is possibly why she doesn't want to be named. But she has opened the door to a whole new world that we can't even imagine. There are colors that we can't see. It's hard to think, because we have great vision. Humans are great at seeing. Very sharp eyes. Most of us, those that are sighted, of course, and a huge array of color vision. But it could be better. It could be like that of a bird. I kind of wish I'd been born with tetrachromatic vision. CDA29 is a lucky lady. We'll never understand her world, and she will never be able to understand ours. She can unsee the colors that she can see, and we can't see the colors that she can see. It's incredible. That's what I love about sitting around dams. What are we missing? What are we not hearing? There could be so many sounds happening around us. Animals using frequencies that we don't hear. We're not hearing it. So we think it's just silent or a little bit windy, but actually it could be so noisy. What are we not seeing? What colors are we not seeing? What are we not smelling? Humans are not the best at smell, that's for sure. We can't pick up on chemical cues. We can't really smell each other and understand each other's chemical signals. We can smell someone's aftershave or perfume, but we can't really smell them and go, yeah, you're coming into estrus. Yeah, you're very dominant. Okay, we can't do anything like that. nature-loving mom. I hope I got that right. You're loving the discussion. Oh, there are plenty more to come, don't worry. It's my favorite topic. It really is. Just to get out of your little box, challenge yourself. And that's what I think we really should do on a daily basis. It's very easy to think the way we've been taught from a young age and everything that we read. Of course, I love to read, but sometimes you've got to go a little bit further than that. And science is going further than that now. Challenge what you've read. There's a lot of things that I possibly understand now that I maybe didn't understand even just a few years ago, even just last year. Just got to expand your horizons, especially when it comes to the animal kingdom. I actually had an argument with someone the other day. Not an argument, but a heated discussion. Because they were trying to say that humans are far superior and that we are far more intelligent than all the animals. And you are welcome to agree with that, but I don't. I don't think that is an adequate way to look at the world that we live in and the animals around us. Yes, we have advanced in a number of ways that have allowed us to monopolize the world, really. Maybe not in a good way. Language was our turning point. But that does not mean that the world around us is not intelligent. We can't smell what they can smell. We can't feel the Earth's magnetic fields. We can't feel vibrations. We don't understand when big weather patterns are moving in. Without technology, yes, you've got the weatherman, the lovely weatherman on screen. But without technology, we can't understand that. But animals can. They're far more in tune to the earth, so how can we possibly say that we're more intelligent? I don't think that's the right thing to say. But you're welcome to disagree with me. Even when we did advance with language, we put words together, sentences, multiple languages across the world. We're very good at expressing ourselves verbally. And that caused humans to think for a while back in the day that other animals were not intelligent because they can't speak. A lot of scientific studies done with primates. Oh, they don't speak, they don't understand us, so it doesn't mean they're not intelligent. Can be far wrong. Oh, the wind is picking up now. There's the wind. Search for the buffalo now, and as we do that, we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's in Amakhala.
So we're still with these buffalo at the moment, and they're very relaxed. One has actually stood up now, which is quite nice. I think just trying to reposition. Look carefully how they're all facing different directions. Very smart. If there's any branches that break or anything not good around them, then they are definitely going to pick it up, I'm sure, by facing all different directions. I've always found it amazing how the horns on the head is actually made up of compacted keratin, or hair rather, which is keratin, just like your fingernail. And it becomes very well formed and hard when mature. And so hard so that they're able to fight with them and really clash into one another. And as we do that, we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's in Amakhala. So we still with these buffalo at the moment, and they're very relaxed. One has actually stood up now, which is quite nice. I think just trying to reposition. Oh, the wind is picking up now. There's the wind.
Some say it's a game of chance, luck, even divine providence. Others would call it your grandma's weekly fix. Yes, we are talking about bingo. Join us in celebration of World Animal Day. For the most gripping game of safari bingo to date, our naturalists will be going head to head on a hunt to spot the animals you have chosen. It's sure to be one for the book.
Reminds me of a situation when I was in the Timbavati back in my guiding days in the lodges when I was lodge based, and we did a great game drive, and we came back to the lodge, and all the guests were climbing off the vehicle ready to go back into the reception and back to the rooms and the bomas and things like that to have dinner. And as they got off the vehicle, we heard in the great distance this bellowing sound, this moo. And I listened, and it happened again. And I told the guests, jump back on the vehicle. And my tracker, he said, yeah, let's jump back on. We all jumped back on, and we followed up on that bellowing sound because it's clear distress. Something is terribly wrong with that buffalo. And we eventually found that buffalo, and lions were busy on it. And it's a very difficult thing to watch. And myself as a naturalist, I've become very desensitized to this. We know that nature is nature, and animals are going to get caught by other animals, and we just accept that and carry on and move on from that. But to watch that was something else, because a buffalo is an animal that just doesn't want to die, and lions, as you can see, the neck is very thick. So the way lions' teeth are designed, they've got a bit of a curvature to the canine, so that they can get on and around the neck of their prey and dislodge the vertebrae, and that's how they immobilize their prey. But how on earth are they going to do that to a buffalo? They can't. So what they do, and it's very difficult to watch, is they overwhelm the buffalo, so they all jump on top of it and keep it down, and then literally start feeding on that buffalo while it's still living and alive. And it takes sometimes up to half an hour to an hour before the buffalo passes away. And that's not easy to watch, an animal being eaten alive and in pain, agony. Some of my guests said, no, after 5 minutes of watching the sighting, they said, no, let's rather get out of here. They can't really watch this. And I was in the same boat as them. Very, very hectic sighting. Nice to watch these buffaloes so nice and relaxed like this. I'm enjoying it. I'm sure you are too. So I'd just like to remind you all that to celebrate World Animal Day, which is on the 4th of October in 2022, so this year coming up, Wild Earth will be searching for all the favorite animals and sort of marking them off on a bingo board during the Sunset Safari. And this is going to happen from the 1st to the 4th of October, so it's 4 days of this, which is pretty cool. And we would definitely love for you to send through your favorite animals or birds and to be included in the bingo boards. And you can definitely do this by scanning that QR code or box at the bottom of your screen, and you can know more and get involved in that. Something to look forward to, something fun. Animal bingo. So it does seem like a blanket of cloud is coming in. It almost looks like rain, but I don't think it's going to rain today. But it does seem like something is building up. But being so close to the coastal environments, yep, we get rain quickly. 4 seasons in one day. I know it looks green, but this is considered a green drought. So it's still very dry beneath that soil, and because of the recent good rains, it's making everything green. But make no mistake, it's still very very dry out here, and rain is always good. BK, you're getting cold there. Yes, I'm getting a bit chilly, I won't lie. I think it's these shorts. Yeah, you did. You did. You definitely did. I'm wearing shorts this morning. My goodness, bad move. Hello, Victor. Good morning to you, and hello. Thank you for joining us. So, yeah, no, these buffaloes will be, buffaloes do have other mechanisms that they sort of do to avoid parasites. Like they do a lot of mud wallowing, plenty of it. And they'll go into the mud, roll around in the mud, and they'll go to the nearest tree stump or tree, and they literally sandpaper those ticks off their bodies. And then, of course, when the mud dries as well, it also sort of peels off those ticks. And then having mud on their body, prevents the ticks from being able to actually get to the skin if they, climb on the body again after the animal's already mud wallowed. So that's one mechanism. But then we also have to think about the ticks that are, up their noses and in their ears and things like that. So, but they are adaptable animals. They are very, very strong animals. And they would just probably have to do a lot more mud wallowing. But you will get the odd one here that is incredibly, I'm not going to say weaker genetics, just, sometimes animals get sick. Sometimes animals are a little bit not feeling well, or they're a little bit more sick, or about to get sick, and a bit weaker. And so those parasites are going to promote sort of sickness and disease with that animal, and they're going to pass away or get sick. But by saying that, if there were lack of oxpeckers here, the buffaloes can still survive, just they're going to have to readapt and adapt much harder. And their genetics will get slightly stronger through that. So they will survive, but it's going to be tough for them. But ticks are very important in the ecosystem. I know when we think of a tick on our body, it's not very nice. Animals sort of sucking on your blood, and it's not good for you. But in the nature, it's nature's population controller. So already weak animals out there are just not going to survive. And that leaves the space open for the next one who will survive. And that's why that's why we're watching them right now. That's why they're still surviving. Is because Mother Nature has got mechanisms in play that only the strong can survive. There's no space for weak. But the interesting thing about a tick is, you know, if you find a tick on your body, say you come to Africa on safari and you find a tick on your ankle or something, or under your armpit, you know, a lot of the guests that I've met have, and they start to really get worried that some of them want to immediately go to the doctor, and it's not necessary. As long as if you find a tick on your body and you remove it without leaving the head in within the first 12 hours, you'll be fine. The thing is, what makes you sick is that a tick is going to, you know, suck in blood. It's going to digest that blood, which takes about 12 hours, and then it's going to pump that byproduct of your blood back into your body, and then take in new blood. And that byproduct of your blood, that digested blood, is just really not good. It's full of sort of chemicals from the tick as well. So if you find it within the first 12 hours, you'll be fine. But if you have ticks on your body, or buffaloes have got ticks on their body, if they're not removed within the first 12 hours, this is when it can be detrimental. You see. And I know exactly how important ticks are in the ecosystem, and when I find a tick on my body, I don't go and squash it. I remove it, keep it alive, and I just throw it back into the bush. It is very much needed, but there are a lot out there. And what's also, I know we're on the tick topic here, but what's interesting about ticks is that, you know, when there's a tick on a blade of grass, animals are going to walk past it, and that tick is going to climb on the bodies. But ticks can feel warmth from mammals. So as they walk past, they're going to feel that warmth, and they're going to start to shuffle on that blade grass, and they're going to try and climb onto whatever it walks past. But, and I've often done this a few times, that if I see ticks on the grass, if you take a stick, which is not hot, not warm, and you run it over that tick, the tick does nothing. It stays latched fully onto the grass. But if you blow, so carbon dioxide is also another way that they identify that there is a potential host coming by. And then if you run your finger over that tick, it can feel the warmth of your finger, and then it starts to move around. It starts to get sort of excited. It wants to climb on. Mina, hello. I would say yes, for the fact that it's difficult to read them. It's difficult to understand. You know, animals are wild, so we don't really know exactly 100% without a shadow of doubt what is going on in their mind. But buffaloes, they don't give you a lot of signs to work with. Whereas, you know, if I give examples, you know, elephants, they will trumpet. They will let you know that you're doing something wrong before they actually initiate serious charges. And there's obviously exceptions to that rule. But elephants trumpet, they flap their ears, they may even break trees to show you how strong they are. Lions will growl, show teeth, and even squawk. Buffaloes, there's very little to work with. So I would say yes, buffaloes would be very close to being one of the most dangerous of the Big Five. And of course, black rhino was the original member of the Big Five, but that changed Rhino, rhinos. Both species of rhinos are put into the big five now, but originally the black rhino, and they are also highly confrontational animals. The rest of them, of the big five, are sort of non-confrontational animals. They would rather be left alone and would rather retreat. Buffaloes will retreat, but if they feel that you are pursuing it, they are going to sometimes even look for the threat, and that becomes very, very dangerous. I've actually seen a sighting where lions were hunting buffalo, and they were using the wind, of course, and then the buffalo tried to go on the opposite side to pick up the smell of the lions, to pinpoint where exactly they were. And this was a very large buffalo bull that was known to not really be afraid of lions, in the sense of, as soon as a sign of lion appears, that the buffalo has become very, very skittish and may run away. But this buffalo, he would try and pinpoint where these lions were and would actually mock charge them or charge them. So they've been known to wrap around, get the wind in their favor, and smell you out. But yeah, definitely a formidable animal this, and not to be messed with. Really needs to be respected. All wildlife needs to be respected. Even small antelope can be dangerous, like a bushbuck. You corner off a bushbuck, make no mistake, you are looking for a fight, and you will come off second best. Charles, thank you so much for your comment there. Yes, they do look deadly, and they most definitely are deadly. Can you imagine? I've seen buffaloes fighting before, and it's amazing to watch them fight, because just the sheer power of the animal, you can't comprehend it. They are extremely powerful, and if they can sort of be powerful enough to actually break bosses with each other during fights. I haven't seen that, but I've seen the aftermath of it, where the boss of a buffalo bull was cracked, and there was a lot of blood coming out that boss. There's some oxpeckers calling there. Renostervoël in Afrikaans, meaning a rhino bird, because they're often sitting on big animals like rhinos, elephants. Very quick moving animals as well. When buffaloes are running full speed, they've been known to get between 40 and 56 kilometers an hour. So if we use 40 as the example, 40 kilometers an hour, it's roughly 11 meters per second. Very quick animals. They don't look it, I know, but they are. It's a bit of a breeze picking up here. Really starting to cool down. You can just hear a pied crow that's walking around here. There's quite a few pied crows here actually on Amakhala Game Reserve. And there's also a good tortoise population on Amakhala Game Reserve. And the pied crows and other crows, they've been known to take the new hatchling tortoises and fly into the sky and drop them on the road just to crack it open so they can access that meat. I haven't seen that, but I've seen quite a few cracked open shells here. It's interesting. Crow is a very, very interesting animal. Very clever. So I'm hearing a few birds calling. I doubt you're going to be hearing, but just for interest, a rufous-naped lark and a nediki. And there was a fork-tailed drongo around here as well, which we can expect. Fork-tailed drongos like to follow buffalo, not for ticks or anything like that, but for disturbed insects. As the buffaloes walk, the fork-tailed drongo just follows them and then grabs any insects that are jumping out the way of the buffalo. It's a good way of saving energy. Let the buffalo sort of just flush those insects. Sometimes the fork-tailed drongos will even sit on the buffalo's back while it's walking and just jump onto the grass and grab an insect. The cattle egrets do the same thing. Sometimes starlings will do it. You see that buffalo scratching itself there, BK? Oh, it just stopped now. Might stand up. Every now and then the sun is shining through these open parts in the clouds. We're going to stick with these buffaloes a bit more. In the meantime, let's head over to Mashatu on the dam cams with Lisa.
Thank you, Andrew. Oh, what an awesome sighting of buffaloes. And especially this time of day, it's awesome to see them just chilling out in the open. We just had an elephant. I just want to see if I can find him again because he's really playing hide and seek. He was on the one side of the watering hole and now he's went around the bush. He's really playing some games with us. Let me just have a look-see. Sorry, just bear with me. Just want to see if he's going to come around the watering hole. But he was drinking water and then he came to this side and he was splashing himself. And then he must have become camera shy. There he goes. You see? There he goes. Our heffalump. That's all right. Hopefully we'll get some more elephants coming to visit us a bit later. Again, the animals don't always follow our scripts and what we tell them to do, which is fine. But we do have some wildebeest coming to the watering hole. Beautiful herd of wildebeest. And in Afrikaans, you also call them wildebeest. So luckily that's not a weird translation to Afrikaans. And then you can also see some of them are there in the back, just in the shade. As I mentioned this morning, you know, the animals will be in the shade for most of the day, as it is a little bit hot. And they will just try and stay cool. I like wildebeests. I know for a lot of people it's like an impala, you know, you see them a lot, you see them everywhere. But I think it's a fairly fascinating animal. And then you'll see those ones to the right specifically. There's a lot of head nodding going on. So I don't know who of you know this, but with the zebras we saw this morning as well, you know, sadly they are not constantly agreeing with us naturalists and what we are saying. These animals actually have a botfly that lay eggs in their nostrils because those hatchlings then feed off the mucus. So you can just imagine how annoying that is. So that's why they're constantly snorting and sort of shaking the heads, because it's very, very annoying. Yolanda, yes, it is a party at the watering hole, and it's ever continuing, you know, with the animals coming and going and coming and going. It's really so, so cool. Honestly. And it's really so cool to see, you know, the elephants come and go, and the wildebeest come and go, and the impalas come and go. It's almost like they're taking turns, or they have shifts. I actually, whilst I was monitoring the watering hole, because this morning I actually thought, when I spoke about the impala, making this weird noise, such a beautiful animal, and then they make this weird noise. I thought about the lilac-breasted roller as well, which is also a stunning bird. And unlike a lot of the birds that have this really cool call, a lilac-breasted roller, literally, they make eh, eh. And there was one, like literally as I thought about it, there was one flying in front of the camera the whole time. And I've been trying to spot him ever since to see if he's landed in a tree or where he's gone, but I have not yet managed. So I shall continue my search in doing so, because birding is always fun. If my guest ever came back from safari, and the lodge manager would ask them, "What did you see?" or "What did you do?" They were never allowed to say nothing, because there's always something to see, whether it's insects or birds or really anything. And birding is really a lot of fun. Once you get into it, I am yet to travel a far and long way still with my birding. There's still a lot of lifers for myself I want to see, but still a lot of knowledge I also have to build with my birding skills. Marley, thank you for getting in touch with us, and good morning to you. I'm a very easy person to please when it comes to animals and safari. Like, literally anything surprises me. I'm happy with... I know my guest always laughed because I would say, "Oh, it's impala!" And they're like, "We've seen that for 3 days. Can we please focus?" So I'm surprised with literally anything, and I love everything. However, if you mean surprised in terms of, whoa, did not see that coming. I think that lilac-breasted roller already surprised me. So if I can see him again, that would really make my day. Especially if I can show all of you as well and share that beautiful bird with you. But everything is always a surprise in nature. As I always say, and I will continue saying until the day I give my last breath, when you are in the bush or on safari, expect nothing, appreciate everything, and Mother Nature will spoil you. Just want to see what that bird is. I think it's a lapwing. There he goes. Did you see that? Oh my goodness. Can one person be so excited about a bird? I don't know if you saw that blue flash. That was our lilac-breasted roller. Beautiful, beautiful birds. They are in fact summer migrants. So they only come back in the summertime and then they migrate, you know, a bit more north for food resources and water. But one of my favorite birds to photograph, for sure. And in Afrikaans, we call them a troupand, which means, I think it means trou is wedding or marriage, and then pand is band, so like a wedding band. But they are beautiful, beautiful birds, very, very beautifully colored, blue, green, pink. Honestly, such a stunning bird, but as I say, their call is not as impressive like a woodlands kingfisher, for instance. A lilac-breasted roller, literally, they make but they are beautiful nonetheless, so we can give them a discount for their not so beautiful calls. Look who's coming to the watering hole. Oh, how beautiful. And remember, as we're watching this, we are completely live. We are literally watching these beautiful elephants live. So if you would like to get in touch with us about anything, whether it's questions, comments, suggestions, please do so. We would love to hear from you. And of course, this is an interactive experience. So you can send your questions to wildearth.tv/questions, or you're more than welcome to scan the QR code. Just beautiful. And of course, you know, Botswana is known for its elephants, specifically Mashatu. It is the land of the giants. But it truly, for me, it's always a surprise. Whether they come once a day or 15 times a day, it's so cool when they always come, because every elephant sighting is different. Yay, we've got some more coming there in the background. Just want to see what we're working with, but then I'll get us a closer look. Hello, beautiful giants. I know it's such a cliche when people call them gentle giants, but it really is. It is a timeless name for them. Because even though they can be this really intimidating animals, if you look at them now, how they approach the water, it's almost like they're walking in slow-mo, not wanting to hurt anything or anyone, but of course, you know, if they have to, they will do so. But other than that, they are just, oh, so peaceful. Perhaps that is why they become so old. Because they are just peaceful at heart. They don't let things upset them unnecessarily. Good lesson to be taught or to be taken from elephants. Just want to show you this one with its funny stance. So of course many of you know by now when they do that, they are just resting their legs. Of course it's a very big load they have to carry. So just every now and again, like sort of resting the leg or crossing the legs, they will just rest it for a little bit and then they move on again. I mean, you don't see them standing like this for too long, which is incredible. Hi, beautiful. You are just so pretty. What is that baby doing? Looks like it's trying to do a dance of some sort. The two-step, or what do you call that? Line dancing. It was doing a bit of a line dance interpretation for us. Just want to have a look, see if it's going to come around to the hot tub. Just so beautiful. You can see, of course, the flapping of the ears, just cooling down the body. And the ears actually take 20% of their body mass. So you can imagine how intricate those veins must be and how well thought out it must be to be able to calm, or well, calm and cool, but to cool the whole body down. There's some baboons in the background. That cow is not too impressed with the baboons. Not intimidated, but just giving it a little bit of a head nudge to move off. Come on, baby, put on your 4x4 driving. It's always so impressive. I mean, obviously this is a small embankment, but I've seen elephants literally climb mountains. And it's just so fascinating how they can, really steep slopes, they can still get up. Of course, the younger ones have a little bit more difficulty, because they are lighter, but also they are not yet trained to be able to handle all of those obstacles. But this one you can see did it fairly quickly, and also it's not that steep, so it was not too difficult. Gonna go back now so we can see the others. Kevin, that's a good question. It depends how you look on it. They are very good swimmers, and of course they use their trunks for snorkels. But buoyant in water in terms of like us being able to float, that's difficult, because I want to say no, but I've seen elephants, that have really just amazed me in the water. So I don't know if I should say yes or no. They are very, very good swimmers, I will tell you that. And I've seen elephants, completely roll around in water like a hippo or something. But let's go with no. Just purely because of their weight. A lot of activity now at our watering hole here in Botswana at Mashatu. Just beautiful. Honestly, I know we see this a lot at Mashatu, but it's just... It really is breathtaking, and when you've had the honor of actually being very close to these animals, whether it be on safari or, you know, on a walking trail or something, you really have a newfound respect for just nature in general, and you feel so minute in this universe. That was one thing I loved as well doing with Guest. Stargazing. Oof, you realize how small you are in this universe. Especially something like an elephant as well. That just makes you realize, us humans are really insignificant and not all that powerful as we would like to think. And that is what I love about nature. It humbles us. I have to say the one thing I've not been fortunate yet to visit Mashatu myself, but the one thing I find very interesting about the elephants that I've seen here are all of them have very thin tusks, which is very interesting because obviously everything is based on genes and areas and DNA pools. But for instance, elephants I've worked with on a private game reserve had really massive tusks. So it's always interesting to see the difference within animals, but from a same species. Our wishes have been granted, or well, my wishes have been granted for the day so far, because I asked for elephants and zebras and giraffes, and we have just been very lucky. And baboons. I mean, my day is not totally ruined if I've not seen baboons for the day. However, they are also very fascinating to observe in the wild. I remember at my previous lodge I was working at, when I was still lodge-based, the baboons would literally come onto the decks of the rooms and they would steal the towels of the guest that they used for swimming and stuff. And if you try to, I almost want to say negotiate with them, they were so aggressive. They would show you teeth and everything, and they would just latch onto their towels. So eventually we had to beg the guest, please don't leave your towels outside, because they can be very aggressive animals. I'm very careful for them, especially when you're walking out in the bush. If you're perhaps on a trail safari or walking safari, these animals can be super intimidating. Such an African scenery with the elephants, the geese, the baboons. Another elephant coming with a baby. But speaking of beautiful scenery, I'm going to head you over to Ralph, who's all the way in Kariga.
Well, I'm also just enjoying the scenery, and I've just been watching this blesbok, which normally is just a pretty mundane antelope, if you can say that. You do see them quite a lot, but just in this light with these yellow button flowers, it is just making for divine viewing. Everybody been enjoying the yellow button flowers, and the blesbok being no different. Here on the Kariga Game Reserve, it's a little bit overcast, the clouds are sort of rolling in and the wind is freshened, but the animals are still continuing about their daily business. Quite a few animals there in the background as well. Zebra, some more blesbok, and then there's the Egyptian goose that is also enjoying the button flowers. Oh, blesbok is going down for a little rest. I think it might be time for a bit of ruminating. Fancy that. It's not all about elephants and lions and leopards. Is he going to go up to that blesbok? Quite far away, so I can't tell the distance, but it looks pretty close. So Erin, no, blesbok are not endangered. There was a period in the 80s when they were hunted and pretty much dropped their numbers drastically. But as a result of a lot of farming, game farms and farmers bringing them back and breeding with them, they have restocked to very comfortable levels once again. So there is no longer any issue with the numbers of blesbok, and in fact they're one of the most adaptable of all the antelope. You can find them pretty much across southern Africa, not so much in the desert areas, but otherwise the rest of the regions they are bountiful. And one of the easier of the antelope to maintain on a game farm because of their relative ease of breeding and adaptability to different geographical locations and weather and climate as well. They often, if you look at them in a certain way, they do look like they've got 4 eyes, because they've got these preorbital glands which are below the eyes, and sometimes it does look like they actually have an extra set of eyes. He's just making himself comfortable. bit of an ear scratch. And now getting down to the important business of ruminating. See there, chewing, and then there'll be the swallow, and then a little bit of a pause, and then the regurgitation and chewing once more. There it comes. You often find them with their noses in the dirt as well, because they're one of the antelope that do get infested by botflies. And they fly up the nose, lay their eggs, and then the larvae or maggots live out their time inside the nasal passages of the blesbok. So you often find them putting their nose in the dirt like it's doing now, just briefly, to try and stop the flies from going in the nose. It must be a terrible feeling. And you often hear them sneezing as well, as they must be getting irritated by the worms moving around in their nose. The life of a blesbok. Here the Egyptian geese. I'll just pan over slowly towards them, because they have been making an absolute racket all day, every day. They're all coupled up, but all the couples are chasing other couples around, especially when one comes into an area where seemingly there's a couple that have established that's their spot. And they are very noisy as they go about their business. But it's just making for wonderful colors with these flowers and the greenery and then the animals in it. And it's not only the Egyptian geese that have been fighting, it's the South African shelducks and the sacred ibises, as well as some egrets. Everybody here next to the waterhole trying to stake their claim. What's happening with a zebra in the background? Bokmakiri calling there. Tyler, I must agree with you. All the different species out in the plains, always nice to see them mingling, interacting. I've really enjoyed the ostriches chasing each other around. They're a bit quiet today. I haven't heard them calling as I have the last few days. It's a very competitive time of the year, especially for the birds. Everybody nesting and courting and displaying. another Egyptian goose coming through. If he gets too close to those other two, you're going to see a little bit of aggression and noise. That couple coming through in the foreground. Blesbok looking on.
In the build-up to World Animal Day and in preparation for our game of Animal Bingo, we need your input. Head over to wildearth.tv/Animal Bingo to cast your vote as to what creatures you would like our guides to search for. The top most voted for animals will be placed on our bingo boards. Join our naturalists as they battle it out to be the first to shout, Bingo! You can tune in daily for the Sunset Safari to catch it all.
So the ostriches have been thoroughly entertaining. You don't see one without another male chasing it. And they just continue with that all day. And I've really enjoyed listening to them calling as well. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Strange call. Oh, there's lots of action with the So Hayley, ostriches can be territorial around their nests. I'm just trying to find these Egyptian geese. They're all making a racket. So yes, they will be territorial around the nest, but it's one dominant couple will territorial around this sort of area of their nesting site. And then there are subordinate females, but they generally fight. It's the males that chase each other around. I haven't actually seen them getting down to a fight. It's just chasing each other around, and then when they do get close to one another, then there's a lot of displaying that goes on. So they lie down on the ground, and then they swish their wings from side to side, and along with their neck as well, and their head. So I'm hoping I'll be able to show you that when we see them chasing each other. I was just watching these Egyptian geese having their gang warfare. So they're the Egyptian geese now. They're just discussing the others, I would imagine. And well, while I carry on and see what else happens with these wonderful animals out here on the plain at Kariega, I think it's time to head you on over to Lauren at Madikwe.
Some baboons, not monkeys, but baboons. And these were one of my favorite sort of sightings at Amakhala, actually. They have a troop there, a really large troop that appears to dominate the entire basin area. And with every day that we spent with them, I actually began to feel that I was getting to know the troop. And I thoroughly enjoyed that. Make no mistake, as entertaining as they are, baboons can be extremely vicious with one another, aggressive, and even to humans too, in areas where they do clash with humans. There's a long distance visual, so you might see the heat haze. It's got incredibly hot today. I have to say I wasn't quite prepared for this heat. And sometimes when you get too close to baboons, they run away. So we thought, let's just do a long distance visual, and we'll just let them get on with their day and we'll watch them. There's a signboard in the distance there. I've got a monitor. It's so joyous to be able to see what you guys see. And a lot of people will often say primates and baboons and monkeys and chimpanzees and all sorts are very intelligent. Absolutely. I'm continuing my theme of intelligence. But we really should be sort of skeptical of any claim that pits one animal's senses or intelligence against one another. We've got to be careful of doing that. And I'm talking to myself as well, because I've definitely done that before. Now that animal is so much more intelligent than that animal. And really, it just doesn't work like that, especially when it comes to senses. Now, I read a book that spoke about the sentence, elephant's sense of smell is 5 times greater than that of a bloodhound. Now, I'm putting my hand up right now. You can't see it, but my hand is up because I am also guilty of saying that statement. And I retract it. Why? It's because it's in all the textbooks. But listen, let's think about it. What does that mean? Isn't it just an utterly meaningless statement? An elephant's sense of smell is 5 times more sensitive than a bloodhound. Does that mean the elephant detects 5 times more chemicals? Does it send certain chemicals at 1/5 of the concentration? Or maybe from 5 times the distance? Or does it remember smells for 5 times as long? What on earth does that statement that I am guilty of saying 100% not innocent here? What does it mean? What are we saying here? An elephant's sense of smell is 5 times more sensitive than a bloodhound. Really, it's nonsense, and I've realized that now through doing sort of deeper research. It is nonsense. It's just not quantifiable. It's comparisons like that will always be flawed. It just doesn't work like that. We need to sort of stop asking. And here's a good thing that I want you to remember. We need to stop asking, how good is an animal's sense of smell? I get asked that question a lot. How strong is an animal? How strong is an elephant's trunk? How good is the sense of smell? How good is the eyesight? Because a better question would be to ask, how important is smell to that animal? What does it use its sense of smell for? Some animals will have poor sense of smell because they don't need it. Maybe they've got fantastic vision like a raptor, or maybe they've got incredible hearing, or maybe they have echolocation. So I think instead of asking how good an animal's sense of anything is, like I just said, we need to ask how important is that sense to the animal and what does it use it for? And those are better questions, if that makes sense. So I am guilty of all of that. But just doing deeper research, I realize we are asking the wrong questions. We are thinking in the wrong way. We don't know what it's like to be able to operate through echolocation or to be able to smell with your tongue. We don't know any of those. Oh. We've got some impalas running around coming into the mix. I don't actually think we've showed impala here at Madikwe, but of course you find impala everywhere. Hello guys! Fashionably walking through Derby's frame. More baboons are coming, Derby. The rest of the trip are approaching soon. Look at this. Oh my goodness. After all that, Zami, I could not possibly know what baboons are afraid of. I think we'd have to ask the baboons. Baboons? What are you guys afraid of? Definitely not impala. I don't actually know, to be honest. But I'm guessing what you're meaning is who are the predators, who are the threats. I think that's what you're referring to. And definitely the usual. Look at that, it's such a nice scene. It's actually Davi that spotted the baboons. Leopards, absolutely. You will see leopards with baboon kills. It's more common than you would think. And recently I saw an image on social media of a baboon with a tiny leopard cub kill. So they're both equally bad to each other. Lions, I've seen lions kill baboons. Hyenas would if they could. Hyenas are opportunistic and absolutely will if they can. Is he standing up on his hind legs? Look at that. Wild dogs probably wouldn't. They would probably stay away. A cheetah may go for a small young baboon, but it's highly unlikely because the troop will always be around. So it's mostly your hyenas, your lions, and your leopards. Raptors would go for small baboons as well, but again, they're very social. They stick in their big troops. You don't want to mess with a baboon. So I think that's what you were meaning, Sammy. But in terms of what they really are afraid of, I don't know. If only we could understand animal fears. baboons are slowly moving away. I'm wondering if we can get a tad closer. What do you think, Darby? We should try.
Why not?
Let's try. They always run from vehicles, baboons, so sometimes it's just better to go for that long distance video. But let's see. You can see one just occupying a patch of shade there. Is exactly what I would be doing today. I honestly can't believe how hot it is. Yesterday was pretty overcast, not really too wonderful, but today it's a different story. They are walking away. We've got some impala coming. Can you work with this, Darby?
You can see the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
We have got an epic battle going on between a pirate fly and a drop-tail ant. Look at that, look at that. So what's happening is these ants are moving from one side to another, and these pirate flies are trying to steal the baby ants.
Our apologies. We'll try to get back to Lauren as soon as we can. But right now in Djuma, we are very lucky to have a pole-spotted owlet. Now this is very, very cool for various reasons. Of course, they are mostly nocturnal. And it is, of course, you can see there's a slight breeze, but it is fairly hot today. So, you know, generally most animals, but specifically a nocturnal animal, will rather be in the shade, just sort of huddling for some coolness. But this owlet decided to grace us with its presence today. How cool is that? So, so beautiful. And it's not a very big bird. I mean, it's bigger than a dove or so, but it's not, for instance, as big as the giant eagle owl, which I know Cedric had yesterday on Sunset Safari. But nonetheless, they are carnivores. So they eat small rodents. They can even eat other fledglings of birds. But you can see that one bird is just a little bit upset with it, because they know it might be a potential threat to them. I can't say that I have actually seen a pearl-spotted, goodness, Lisa, a pearl-spotted owlet in the daytime. But of course, you know, just as we speak about every day, anything is possible in nature. But you can see this owl is also very, very alert. Jeez, there's a massive gogo, as we call it, an insect on the tree just coming down there. So in Afrikaans we would refer to a bug as a gogo. Betty, yes, definitely. This is what you would consider a bird of prey. So birds of prey are generally referred to, it's a very wide sort of classification, if you will, because it has grown immensely over the years, because people say more and more birds should be added to it. But yes, if you look at a bird of prey, that is something that is carnivorous. Yes. So as I mentioned, this owl would eat small rodents, other birds, fledglings. So definitely a bird of prey then, yes, despite the size. But they've got the most beautiful yellow eyes. It's difficult to see now with the light, but they've got stunningly beautiful eyes. I actually want to see if I can perhaps play their call for you, because this is something you would often hear in the bushveld, especially at night. That is very interesting. I almost got a fright there. I was like, oh no, I chased it away, but the owl can't hear me, so luckily, but it seemed to have moved off now. Might just be going to a different tree. But yes, that was super cool. I'm so happy I got to share that with all of you, because as I say, that's a first for me in the daytime. But that call is something, I don't know, for me, growing up in South Africa, that is something you often hear at night. It's like a very typical African sound at night, like a African fish eagle, for instance, as well. I immediately relate to Africa when I hear that. Just want to make sure he's not still in the same tree. Oh. I've got a wonderful Zoomy helping me, and our Zoomy seems to have very, very good eyes, because honestly I did not see it going there. But again, it is different when you are actually in the bush and when you are doing it virtually. But good spot. Brenda, brilliant question. So owls, for the most part, as I mentioned, are nocturnal. Again, nature doesn't always read the same books as we do, but it would be for the same reason as a lot of your other predators. So, for instance, something like a leopard, a lion. Lions can be active during the day or night, as can leopards, and as can this owl, as we see now. However, they see very well at night, as opposed to their prey, which, you know, whether it be a small rodent or a mouse or anything like that, does not see too well during the evening. So that gives them a bit of an advantage. And shame, it's sad for the prey, but you know, everything has to survive in its own way. So that is why they would mostly be active during the night as opposed to the day, which again makes this an awesome sighting. Oh, this truly is so incredible. You know, as naturalists, we do see a lot of things, but we always see new things as well. So this, for me, this truly made my day. I can die happy now. But it truly is so incredible how well they blend in, just like the wigs in the Sabi sand. Sometimes I'm astonished at how Tristan and Tess and all of the naturalists actually spot them, because even though you know where the area is, it's incredible to actually see them amongst the camouflage. And the same with this. I mean, if you were just going past here now, you would have no idea that owl was actually there. So Frank, that's a good question. So pearl-spotted owlets are monogamous, and then most of their nests would be, you know, in a tree where it can be well hidden, because of course the little ones can be very, very vulnerable to other birds of prey, like bigger owls or eagles. So they will also use, for instance, a hole from a woodpecker that has been made. They can also put their little ones in there because, of course, you know, they are not big birds. But yes, generally it would be in a very, very well hidden spot just to protect the little ones. While we are watching this beautiful bird, I just want to remind everyone that yesterday was World Rhino Day, and a magnificent day to always celebrate the beautiful unicorns. But it aims to increase awareness regarding the conservation of rhinos, because I don't know if who of you know this, but there are literally just 5 species of rhino left in the world. So you can join Tristan tonight at 6:40 Central African time for a chat session about the rhinos, and then you can ask him anything about these armored giants. So please do so by visiting wildearth.tv/AMA or scan the QR code on your screen right now. And just remember, this is for explorers only. So if you are not an explorer and you would love to join the fun, register with Wild Earth. So I could be wrong, and the zoomies also perhaps speculate, or suspect, not speculate, sorry, suspect this, but there might actually be a nest in this tree, which would be brilliant, because you can see there's literally, that owlet is putting its head into the actual cavity of the tree. So you never know, there might be little ones in there. And as always, I get excited for any little ones. Birds, animals, mammals, anything.
Animal Day is on its way, and with it, a very exciting game of Animal Bingo. Join in on the fun with your very own Animal Bingo shirt. And who knows, perhaps wearing one of these lucky shirts in support of your favorite naturalist could help them win. Find this and more in the Wildlife shop today.
Just absolutely stunning. Well, we will definitely be keeping an eye on this tree from now on. And when I say we, I mean specifically myself, because I was not aware of the situation. So this is utterly exciting for me. New life is always exciting, whether it's owls, lapwings, elephants, anything really. You can literally bribe me with any baby animal, even a baboon, believe it or not. And I know Lauren mentioned earlier she loves the baboons and they're very fascinating. For me personally, I'm not too big a fan. Nathan, yes, I believe they can be found outside South Africa. However, you're more prone to see them in Southern Africa. However, that being said, in South Africa you will see them more in the northern parts, such as this, like Sabi Sands. Those areas you wouldn't find them, for instance, where Andrew and Rolf are in the Southern Cape. Think we'll just have a look around and see what else is around here at Djuma. But that honestly made my day. That was so cool. you can see a nice woodpecker hole here. And woodpeckers, if you actually look at their tongue, a woodpecker's tongue, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's 3 times that it can sort of wrap around its brain. Because obviously when they've made a hole in a tree, they will insert their tongue to get all of the bugs and everything to stick on their tongue. So I remember one of my former colleagues and I once found a woodpecker that unfortunately flew into a window, and by the time we got to it, unfortunately it did not make it. But its tongue was sticking out, and we actually looked, and it was so incredibly long. So of course, you know, if woodpeckers are not inhabiting a nest anymore, an area anymore, other birds will definitely make use of that as well. Just like everything else, nothing goes to waste. Susie, yes, it is a fairly hot day in Djuma and in the Sabi-Sand as a whole. Generally this time of the year you will experience a lot of humidity. Even though we get summer rainfall in this part of the country, it gets super humid. I remember one day when I was also still guiding in the Greater Kruger, one day it was literally 52 degrees Celsius. And I'm not joking or over exaggerating when I say that. That is really hot. And then of course when the rain comes, you know, it sort of breaks the humidity, but then it starts building again as well. But from this time on, it will become very hot here in the Sabi Sands. Again, just as always, checking our surroundings. Making sure we're not perhaps missing, I highly doubt it, but any cats lying in the bush, in the shade, or perhaps another bird hiding in a tree. And remember, we are coming to you completely live. So if you have any questions or comments, suggestions, or you just want to get in touch with us, tell us something, please do so by sending your questions to wildearth.tv/questions, or you can scan the QR code that is now on your screen. Such a beautiful day here in Djuma. Alrighty, well, I think let's check what is happening at Mashatu's dam cam. And we are back at Mashatu. Just want to have a look and see what's around. Oh, but that really made my day. In Juma, that pearl-spotted owlet. Honestly, I have never seen the little ones, so that would be super exciting whenever they hatch, if that is the case. Because as I say, we are for now just speculating. Just bear with me. I will give us a nice look around Mashatu just now. Our ostrich is around again. Our male ostrich. Such a fascinating bird. Weird, but fascinating. I wonder what has happened to our Kori bustard, because I have not seen him in a while. However, they do have massive territories, and they will traverse for as far as need be, of course. You know, when it comes to food and water. We do have the water for it though. Maybe just not enough insects and animals to eat to its liking. We seem to be having a good day for birding. We've got the ostrich, we've had the pearl-spotted owlet, and of course all of those quillias that just went down for a drink. I don't know who of you saw that just there on the right. Just incredible. But please let me know what birds you like. Whether it's because of their calls or because of their beautiful plumage or just their characteristics. I would love to hear from all of you what birds you enjoy. But this is just so cool, seeing them come and go and come and go. And they literally do that to take turns, you know, again, just being vigilant. Anything in nature, whether you're predator or prey, anything really, you have to always be vigilant. And that is just purely because of their instincts. So what they are doing now is they're literally taking turns for either getting a quick drink or just cooling down quickly. Guess that's fascinating. It's incredible. When you just look at the tree, you don't really see them because of the thorns and everything that they blend in with. But then, you know, as soon as the activity starts, you actually realize how many of them there are. And they truly are very, very beautiful birds. I always say it looks like a budgie to me because they've got this beautiful red beak, specifically these ones, and then they've got a lighter plumage. I thought I heard some splashing. That's why I say you always constantly have to check. Even if you're amused by one animal at one stage, you always have to, you know, check every corner and every area, especially at a watering hole. Daryl, your guess is as good as mine when it comes to the crocodile. I have no idea. I saw it swimming this morning, and I tried following it to see if it's gonna get out, and it just never got out. So I assume he's just sticking to the water today, just to make sure. You know, he's not in anyone's way. However, I have to say, he stood his ground brilliantly yesterday with all of the animals around, and then eventually the elephants chased it back in. But no, I have not seen him out today. So I assume he's just chilling somewhere in the water. Just incredible. And if we were actually to go to that area where the elephants are now later and sort of take a picture of their footprints, we would actually be able to track them next time to that specific individual, because elephants have wrinkles on their feet, and all of them have a unique pattern. Same with rhinos, which is incredible, because if you think about it, there's a lot of elephants in the world. But yes, you can actually track them. One of my former colleagues, his name is Tiger. We always used to joke and say he's the only African original tiger. But he used to work with elephants very, very closely from Zimbabwe. And he got so good to a point where you could literally tell by each track, this is this elephant, this is that elephant, which is truly remarkable. So obviously, the more they grow, they'll keep that same fingerprint or footprint, and you can actually identify each individual, which also helps with, the situation we are currently facing with rhino poaching as well. You can actually track a certain individual just by looking at the footprints. Which of course takes a lot of practice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm making it sound gloriously easy. It is not. I tried for many months, and I think I eventually got it right with one elephant. Myra, most definitely. I agree with you. It's always fascinating to see the different size, or the size difference in elephants. Because of course, that tells a lot about the dynamics and the genes. But just in general, it's super fascinating. I know yesterday Andrew had an elephant in Amakala that had no tusks. And apparently she was just born that way. And again, specifically with elephants, the genetic pool with them is just so incredible, because it's based on so many things. Just like us, some people come from a family that everyone is tall, or everyone's got blue eyes, or whatever the case is. But with elephants specifically, I mean, you can take a 5-year-old elephant from, let's say, Greater Kruger, and you can take an elephant from Botswana, which is also 5 years old, and you will definitely see a difference, whether it's a difference in the tusks, in the size of the actual elephant, just merely because it's all based on their different backgrounds and their gene pools. There's a little baby. Just incredible. I remember the one time I had to submit a project for a application I did, and I remember also referring to the different sizes in elephants. And you know, I took a baby elephant, then I took like a toddler and a teenager and an adult and then like a really old elephant. And it's just incredible to see how they, you know, react to one another and the different dynamics they have within a herd. Because just like people, you know, your brother can really irritate you, but if someone messes with your brother, I remember my brother was bullied in school one time, and I mean, I myself bullied him, but when anyone else did it, you know, I would definitely stand up for him. And it's the same with elephants. Often you'll see this rivalry and like fights and quarrels, but as soon as there's any problems, all of them will protect one another.
As the seasons change, so must we. Here in Africa, our summer days are becoming longer, and with more daylight hours available to broadcast with, our schedule must also shift. From 1st October, we will be shifting our sunrise safari and escape to nature half an hour earlier, and our sunset safari and Penguin Beach 1 hour later, so that we can carry on bringing you beautiful sunrise and sunset viewing as nature ebbs.
It's incredible the impact elephants actually have on not just a watering hole, but on an area, you know, with the fact that they can be very destructive when it comes to feeding, when they break down trees and want to get to the inner bark and the roots. But also if you look at this watering hole, I started with Wild Earth, I think about a month ago. And a month ago, this was not as severely excavated, this area of the watering hole. So of course, you know, when they want to create more mud and have the water and the soil mix, they'll obviously just use their feet. And if you were to look at this watering hole in, let's say, 5 years, it would be much bigger, just purely because of that. And it's not just them, it's the warthogs, it's all of the animals. So all of them slowly but surely have an impact. Not negative though. As I've mentioned several times today, everything has got a purpose. Just beautiful, our beautiful elephants. And of course, yesterday was World Rhino Day. Yesterday, the 22nd of September. So that basically aims to increase awareness regarding the conservation of rhinos, because there's literally just 5 species of rhinos. And for me personally, as a guide, I don't think everyone, and that's including guides, naturalists, people in general, are not informed enough about rhinos and how crucial it is to protect and save them. So you can join Tristan tonight at 6:40 Central African Time for a Ask Me Anything, and you can literally ask him anything. We all know Tristan to be very straightforward and honest, so I trust that he will answer you. And just to learn about more about these armor giants, so you can head on over to wildearth.tv/AMA, ask me anything, or scan the QR code. And just remember, this is for explorers only. So if you are not an explorer yet, what have you been doing? You're more than welcome to register with us and become an explorer and join all of the fun. And just like that, they have disappeared again. Hi, Giraffe. Aren't you just beautiful? Our camel horse. So these guys actually become 6 meters tall, which is very, very tall. And their hearts alone weigh 45 kilograms. Let me just see if I can get us a closer look at this beautiful animal. I would not be able to be a giraffe, and I just have one reason for that. If I were to drink coffee, by the time it reached my soul, it would be cold, and that would not work for me. So, very glad I'm not a giraffe. Elephant, perhaps. That I can do. Just beautiful. And of course also unique markings, each individual. But this truly, a zebra, an elephant, your iconic African animals, you truly never get tired of seeing them. Doesn't matter how many times you've seen them. Want to see what this missus is looking at, or if she's just being careful. What are you hearing, lady? Oh, I love when they do that. That makes the best photos, when you wait for them to come up so vigorously and you get that splash of water that they sort of get the last sip of. That used to be one of my favorite things to photograph when I was on safari. Just look how pretty she is. Ooh, that's nice. Getting all the good stuff. She really is thirsty. I do suspect this is our pregnant lady. So maybe she's just making extra sure she and baby are staying hydrated. Again, I don't know. I don't have her on Facebook. I did not see her announcement if she is in fact pregnant. This is just me as a naturalist speculating and interpreting what I see. Vivian, to be honest with you, it's really a gamble because in the water it can, I almost want to say it can sort of disguise the predator, whether it be like the crocodile. I know there's a crocodile in this water, but it can just be underwater. So it can also disguise their scent, as opposed to, for instance, a lion being in the bush. They'll immediately pick up on that scent if the wind is, of course, in their favor. So they don't know. That's why animals are always extra vigilant and extra cautious when approaching a watering hole. But yes, it has happened many a times. For instance, in Kruger, I know a lot of the times the elephants go to the watering holes and then the crocodiles sort of bite their trunks. Got a warthog family here to the left as well, or as Cedric would call them, a water dog. What a day it has been with elephants and with buffaloes and our pearl-spotted owlet and of course Rolf's wonderful birds and blessbok. We've really had a fantastic day on Escape to Nature, and of course it's been so awesome having all of you. Thank you for all of the questions and the comments and suggestions and everything. It's always so glorious when you can actually have a discussion and interaction with people that also love and enjoy nature, or fellow wildlife enthusiasts as we call it. It's really been such a beautiful day. I honestly can never get tired of this. But from myself, Lisa, as well as Andrew, Rolf, Lauren, we really thank all of you for joining us today on Escape to Nature, and we hope you will join us again tomorrow. But please stay tuned for Penguin Beach and then of course later Sunset Safari. We really love having all of you, and we appreciate all of you so much for joining us